Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, hammers bullet, big blue caboose, hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel wins six. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 4 on your racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Antonio Whitehall's been on an absolute tear. He had 2 more wins on the card, putting him atop the standings. He now has 7 over the first 3 days. And Chavi and Chow hooked up with trainer Michael Nault, and they got 2 wins on the card. And it seemed like an honest and even racetrack stretch. What did you see on the track?
I agree with you. It continues to be a very fair, no biases. What I've been most impressed on the first 3 days is with the jockeys colony today, or 3 days, and how good it's been. Many patient rides, many of the jockeys putting their horses in the right spot, trying to get on the front end, knowing they have to get the front end. Maybe they don't go gate to wire, but I think everybody as a bettor, or at least myself, can appreciate you get the right ride or a fair ride, and if your horse loses, then you just have to have some better picks that we need today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I only had 1 yesterday. You had a couple?
Yeah. And so that's all you ask for. I don't remember any poor rides out there, and hopefully we can keep it going, and it's just great to watch. There's so many good jockeys with so many good rides, and so hopefully we pick a few more winners, give out some more information, and go from there. The last thing I'll mention, I thought, Kirt, we've capped it, but some of the horses that won we may have briefly touched on, but didn't talk about enough of the angles. For example, at the Sense horse, the 2 horse that
Impressive
came up.
Sense.
Thank you. Yeah, we talked about it on the paddock show, and it came up late that, oh, yeah, he dropped and ran a good race. And that horse probably should have been in our top.
Well, he was in mine.
Oh, he wasn't
not
top
yours,
three.
but he was in my
Okay.
top 3.
Very good.
But we both keyed the less than even money favorite into Bourbon, and he did disappoint in there. An Impressive Sense won. And our long shot, we picked second, both of us. Just a Buster ended off going off, I think, 10-1. Ended up running second.
Yes, yeah.
So it was one of those interesting ones. All right, let's kick off the card. We have an allowance race for maidens, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred, Colts and Geldings. We're going to go 5 furlongs. What do you like, Stretch?
All right, yeah. Lightly raced 3-year-olds always makes it an opportunity for horses to improve, and a few unknowns. So I'll start with the 3-horse, mainly because I had a couple notes on this horse last year. First race was a complete toss-out, broke slowly, and then just ran and went from there. Then the next race, wanted to give him another chance, made a really nice middle move, and then flattened. And so I think the horse is starting to figure it out. I like the workouts coming in. And I think I'm going to get a fair price from there. And then second choice, which almost was my first choice, which is your top choice, Kirt. Really good early speed in that first start. Has that 5 furlong work coming that'll help carry this horse that much farther. So it's a horse that I am using as well. I just happen to put the horse in second. And then I'll go the 6 as my final selection. We've got Lisa's horses have been running so well. Very impressed on that.
Yeah, another win last night. That's 4.
So why not kind of ride the hot trainer and go with her? The steady works. And, the other ones are fine. They just don't look like world beaters. Maybe this one might be. So I'll give you 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 4, Private Frank. I like that race. It ran first time out in its lone start. The horse did show speed. I Love My Life went to the front end, controlled it, and drew off to win as the less than even money favorite. Russian Pearl was another one that was running really well, ran second in there. But Private Frank had to go 6 furlongs first time out. That's not easy against horses who did have starts under their belt, especially when you have speed and they have speed. I don't see a lot of speed in this race. Last night, I liked the horse Sassy Stormin', because it would make the front end, and I thought it would keep going. I think the same of this. Private Frank is going to do the exact same thing. Tom Gardepy starting to rev it up early on. He has 1 win already, and horses that are running well. So I could take Private Frank on top. I'm also taking Timber's Legacy for second in here. The breeding going commando, multiple leading sire here in Manitoba. And Yelling Timber, the mom, she was 2 for 2, only raced twice in her lifetime. Broke her maiden, wire to wire, then came back in a stake race, wire to wire, never to be seen again. So obviously she had issues, but she had blazing speed. And as Stretch said, the way Lisa Pruitt's horses have been running, can't leave this one out. This could maybe even be one of those stars. I also like number 1, GB's Turbo, to round it out. This is the most experience here in 2023. Already 3 starts, but all of them were in Texas at Sam Houston and Lone Star. That race 2 outs ago, I don't mind that one. 4th beaten 10 lengths in there. Yeah, it's double-digit defeat. That's a lot tougher, the Open Company down in Texas. I think this might be a little bit easier than GB's Turbo has been testing, and with that fitness advantage, I think can get up there. So I'm giving you 4, 6, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch number 1, Be Naughty With Me. Stretch, what about this one?
All right, going with the similar angle, we did lose on it last night, but it's been more successful than losing. You're not going, no angle is 100% going to come in, so you just kind of have to stick with that. And I'm going to back it again just because it's been so successful. Also, this horse was running, the 4 horse has been running at a higher level than the horse yesterday. So now this horse is in the allowance race. I think the horse is in the right spot. Really good 4 furlong work over our trap from ASD. I think the horse is really ready to run. And any of those races, especially the last 2, will make this horse very tough to beat. So that'll be my top selection. Next one, I'll go to the 2 horse. Bit of a story on this one. It's actually at Turf Paradise the day this horse won. And yes, Kurt, I did bet this horse to win because I watched the replay on the first race Lifetime. It was in a tougher race and pressed some speed and then dropped back, then dropped in speed, and then went. It started off a nice day that day. For anybody that was wondering that day. Anyway, I think the 2 is again going to try the same tactic and try to steal it on the group. And it is only going 5 furlongs. Might be able to get away on the group. So that's kind of the protection there. And then we'll go to the 5 as my third selection. A mile dropping back. Yes, it's the cutback. I don't think the horse can win the race, but I think to complete the exacta or the trifecta, throwing that one in there. And so I'm going to go 4-2-5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Adams Creed. One last night was a 32 non-2 lifer, 3,200. This one was racing for 62.50 and for 12.5. Very competitive. Caddy Gold, I think this horse is the predominant speed of the race. This one will be rattling on the front end. The question mark, will it be able to go all the way as it is going against other fit horses? So I'm thinking Caddy Gold goes to the front. Adams Creed sits back, second or third in a stalking roll. I think when they hit the head of the lane, Adams Creed comes a running and takes quick work of Caddy Gold. But I think Caddy sticks around in second. My third rallier is number 7, Ask the King. I like this horse over the 5. They're about the same. But what I like is this horse has been sprinting where the other one's coming out of pretty well route races. And that's it. I'm surprised that they haven't tried it going sprinting distances. But we will see today. But Ask the King came off a good third-place finish after it did win its previous start. And the winner of that last race came back to win. I always loved seeing that in the horses' lines. So I'm going to give you 4, 2, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, a $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 6-furlong distance stretch. Off that Pick 5. Not an easy first leg.
Correct. So, yeah, it is 6 furlongs. A double reminder on that. And we're claiming for 5,500. Correct, Kurt?
Correct.
And is that not the first we've seen of the 5,500?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and can you give us a reason for the 5,500?
Well, we just gave a bump up in all of our claiming prices. We had 1,500 and 2,500 claimers last year. Now our bottoms are 3,000 instead of 1,500. And it stepped up to 4,000. And 4 and 5 are kind of a little bit too close. So you make it 55 because the next level 75. So it's not as much as a cut into it, not a 33% drop. So it just makes it a little bit more fair for the owners when they do take that little drop in class.
Excellent. I knew you'd know that answer, and I like that reasoning. It's excellent for the game for sure. So we'll start with what I've seen in the past on the first 6 furlong this early in the meet. I don't mind the 7 furlong to the milers in here, especially ones that haven't run very much. It's almost their tightener. That owners don't even bother with the 5 furlong, or the trainers don't even bother, and they go to this distance. So those ones I feel have a bit of an advantage. So that's why I landed on the 5, the Tampa Invader. As mentioned, obviously the horse is a miler, but I think this horse can sit close enough, and especially the race 2 back. That race, the figures are as solid as it gets. That horse ran into a pretty good horse for that level and actually moved up after that race. So I think based on the figures and the past performances and the really nice work coming in, this can kind of stalk and take over. So that's going to be my top selection. And I'm going to go to the 2 Club Champ, which is potentially of the speed or almost the lone speed in here. It couldn't take it first, mainly because we've seen the local horses kind of coming up short. Even in the last race yesterday, we had that speed horse, the favorite, basically showed speed and then got tired. That's been kind of the trend. This horse is a runner. Shorten it up to 5, 5.5. I think the horse potentially could have won it. Still could if he can slow it down, but can't put it on top. And then let's go to the 1 Rail Splitter. Again, closer to a miler, 7 furlongs. I'm okay with that. Figures are there. Started at a higher level last year and then dropped. And so found the proper level at the 5,500 now. Was even a little bit higher before that. So I think I could just get the right trip and win it. So I'll go 5, 2, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I had a really hard time with this race because a lot of these horses are two-turn horses and not much sprinters. That's kind of crazy for the 5,500 level. Usually you see a few of them in there that are solid sprinters, but there isn't any. So I went to a horse that actually doesn't mind going short. That's number 6, Luckenbacher. This horse comes off a win last time out at Fauner Park. Did experience some trouble as the horse did break in the air and then rallied down the lane to get that win. It was a compact field of 4 that day. But the previous start was another good one where the horse sat well back in the field, rallied to only get beaten by a length. This horse has run a couple of third-place finishes going the 6 furlong distance, and it showed a little bit of speed last time. And with the lack of early speed in this race, whoever does get the front end will be ultra controlling in there. They might get a half in 48 and change. And if they do that, that's pretty well a gallop for a lot of these ones. They're going to have a lot left in the tank. So I'm going to take a shot on Luckenbacher. I think I'm going to get a little bit of a price in here. I do like number 2, Club Champ. Still remember Stretch absolutely cursing at this horse when it did lose last year. Best bet of the day, and got
really?
You didn't get the great trip.
You're going there?
I am going there. It wasn't a great trip that day, and you somehow got beat, and this horse was much the best. Courtney Ross can get him ready to go at first asking. He had a lot of horses at big prices midway through the season. The horses had like 3 and 4 months layoffs coming from Phoenix. They ran lights out. This could be one of them. This could be the speed of the race. This horse does have early speed, can go 6 furlongs. So another one with a big chance. And I do like number 5, Exchequer. I like those Tampa Downs races. The horse is ultra competitive every time it hits the track. And a really nice workout coming in. 5 furlongs, 101 and 3. So I'm going to take 6, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-and-up maidens are going to go the 5 furlong stretch. What do you have?
I have another tough race for us in here. We've got 3 and 4-year-olds, boys and girls in here. So of a mixed bag to try to figure out the ages and the sexes in here, and if it matters, if boys versus girls in here. I've landed on the 1. I do realize it's a 3-year-old versus a couple of the 4-year-olds in here. But I just like that this horse is at least dropping. It was a higher level at Woodbine last year, high as the 20,000, then went to the 15,000. Has shown some speed. Maybe it's not the need the lead type, but I think there's just enough there. I think the workouts are steady, not fast. But that might be enough just to stalk along the rail and maybe make the move up the rail, chase and take over if the horses can't get there. So I just think that's kind of the horse. Plus, I'm getting about 4 to 1. I think that's kind of a fair value there. The 3 was almost my top pick. Is one of the 2 fillies in here.
She's fast.
She is fast. Now, my only a little bit concern, and we did see as Kirt's selection yesterday, like his angle went with the 4-year-old speed, and that prevailed. Could happen again. 2 seconds back to back does worry me a little bit in here. That I thought the horse probably should have won last time and just lost. So it's in my sequence bets for the pick 4, pick 5, but it's not a win bet. And then I'll go to the 7 as the third selection, Kurt's top one. Totally understandable. Trickiest part for me on the Parks, yes, won the other day. Trying to figure out, because this horse raced in December and January where the track is cold, or quite cold. They call it good or fast sometimes. The track variant, if you take a look in your past performances on how high those numbers, when you see 28, 29, and 30-ish, that's so high. Really hard to get any figures from there. Got to use them. Unknown. We'll go with it. 1-3-7 in a wide open race.
Yeah, I agree. Wide open. I am taking a shot on Jerry's Magic Map. Shelley Brown, owned and trained in here. This one shows speed in almost every start. Did show a little bit of a stalking effort back in late June. And that race, if this horse comes with it, I think this horse is a winner. As Stretch said, we did have a horse come from Parks the other day, and it ended up getting the job done. This one has an interesting field to go against. And the way Shelley Brown's horses are running, the ones that she did get from down south, a lot of them are running very well. So I'm going to take a shot on Jerry's Magic Map. I also like number 1, Frank's Reload. These Woodbine horses seem to be getting better taking to our surface, coming off the poly over there. And Frank's Reload, this horse does have a pile of early speed. Wasn't at the bottom where a lot of the horses that have come here went to the bottom, shipped over to Fort Erie. This one stayed in Woodbine, but is in for only $5,000. That's my only reservation about the horse. Definitely off current form is a big one to play. And the other one I like for third is number 6, Mosey's on Main. How can I like this horse? Stretch, do you remember Mosey's on Main? Make that huge wide move last year. And then everybody started betting it at 7-1 and did absolutely nothing. I think this horse has a little bit of talent. And there is a pile of speed in here. The 1 can go out. The 3 can go out. The 5 can go out. The 7 can go to the lead. Mosey's on Main. Not going to the lead. He's going to be sitting back. Some good workouts for a good long shot. Mosey's on Main. I'm going to take 7, 1, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $4,000 claimer. 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. Going 5 furlongs. What a great race, Stretch.
It is a great race. So a few years ago, both Kirt and I would have had Tis Funny on the top. The bank would be, it was basically, it was open for the first few weeks taking this horse, especially going 5 furlongs.
Perfect distance.
Absolutely. He's got a little older. He's 10 now. I think he's lost a couple steps. So I'm going to try to beat him. I wouldn't be surprised if he won, but
neither would I.
Both of us are taking a bit of a stand against him. So let's go with Drizzy as my top selection and is Kirt. This horse ran a nice race last time, lost by a nose the first time out.
A race fit horse.
A race fit horse, correct. So thinking the same kind of thing. I think this horse already has 5 wins at the distance. I'm expecting a dream trip on the rail, and then when Tiz drifts a little bit, getting a little bit tired, then Drizzy comes up the rail. See, I'm already calling the race for you. Just drifting out a little bit. So, but you can use that if you want.
Okay.
Anyway, that's the top selection. We'll go back to Tis Funny. It kind of is his race to lose if it gets going. Watch out. If you are going to bet Tis Funny, wait till the wire because you just never know how quickly this horse can stop.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. That 16th pole could be scary.
Correct. So take a look. It's going to be fun to watch him. He's always fun to watch, just see the speed. But we'll see. And then the other one, I'll go to the 7. I'm surprised Kirt didn't take the 7. We both made a bunch of money on the 7 countless times. This horse, I think, will sit on the outside and make this patent move on the outside and try to get up late. It certainly could be there if it gets the trip. Maybe the 1 gets caught in the duel. Maybe that's the upset. But I'm going to stick with 1, 6, 7.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 1, Drizzy. I really like that race first out. I never gave Drizzy the respect that I should have. I actually took Contraband that race, and Contraband hit the front end and ended up staying. And that was a scary photo. Only by a nose, Contraband did hang on.
Yes, I know. Thank you. Yeah,
I think it was 4-1 that day.
Yes,
I really like that.
Yeah,
you didn't.
I didn't know.
So Drizzy, if he runs that kind of race, Tis Funny will be out there freewheeling. I think Drizzy will be able to notch into Tis Funny because I don't like that there's only 1 workout on the horse coming from Lethbridge. Last night, Al Brown did send one out, and bear me a moment. It didn't fare so well, and it also had a really flashy workout at Lethbridge. So Drizzy, I'm going to take on top for second. Going to number 8, Warbridge. Did not win last year. Picked the horse several times, not just on top, but also in second and third. And this horse just kept rewarding me. Had a few show bets on it, had good odds. But Warbridge, the first race of the year against Simple Man, that was a horse that came from Turf Paradise. Ran a huge race and looked like it would be an absolute monster here. Didn't really pan out, but that race was so good. And Warbridge ran his absolute eyeballs out in there. I think he'll have great positioning behind Tis Funny. So he's going to have one of the first shots, probably with Drizzy, go after. So I'm going to get 1, 8, 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6. First stakes race of the season. It's the one and only 4 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs. This is going to be a real exciting one.
I agree with you. And this time, I don't think there's any standouts in here. Maybe after this race, we're going to see who might be the standout moving forward. But on paper right now, I don't see one. I'm going to start on the 1 as my top selection. Another Golden Gate Invader. Yes, only 1 win. has been racing some tougher, higher levels, and even that last race was so impressive, that 50,000 starter. There were some very nice horses in there, and certainly didn't disgrace at all, running a nice, even effort. I also think that this horse can be rated and just sit just off, and that's the key. If Antonio continues its hot streak and recognizes what to do, which he usually does, weights takes over and certainly should get right there. I think you're going to get a nice fair price. Morning line's 3-1. I think that's about the right price of going there. And then we'll go to the second selection is the 5. I think if this horse runs back to the fairground race last year in December and stalks and makes that late work or late close, that's how this horse rides. So we have another patient rider with Carino. And same kind of thing. Has to sit back. If gets caught in a duel, would be in a bit of trouble. And then I can't leave out Lady Cop, just because the horse was so impressive last year as a 2-year-old. Did have a trouble trip in the futurity, so I'll give a small excuse there. The other ones has the speed. We'll have to put away all the other speed and kind of beat the rest, but I don't want to go against this horse too quickly and leave it off the board. So I'm going to go 1-5-4 in a really good stakes-looking race.
Oh, kind of like I did, left it off the board. I end up going number 6, Smitten Kitten. Yeah, Lady Cop made quick work of her last year in the Osiris Stakes after Smitten Kitten, went wire to wire. I think this horse has really matured in the 3-year-old campaign. First start out, battled it out, and then ended up tiring. Then last time out, went against older horses, hit the front end. There was no stop in Smitten Kitten, ended up wiring him rather easily by a length and a quarter. Yes, there is other speed in here. Lady Koppel shows speed, and maybe Danzig Star Storm. But if Smitten Kitten does get loose, and that's what I'm thinking will happen, I think this horse might run a long way and be very tough to catch. I do like Danzig Star Storm. Wendy Anderson, Golden Gate, all of them get respect, and all of them run. That last time out, I think, was kind of a protection on it. Claimed it for 12.5. Don't want to lose it back. Coming to Assiniboia Downs, so let's put the horse in. Starter 50,000. And again, wasn't disgraced. Only lost by 5 lengths. And again, a very tough field. So big shot to win. I think that's going to be one of the lowest price horses. I'm going to give a shot to number 5, Where's the Pumps. This horse will have tactical speed in here. And you get last year's top jock in Jorge Carreño. Never a bad thing. He judges a pace as good as, if not better than anybody. So I'm going to give you 6, 1, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance race 4. 3-year-old maidens are going to go 5, or 3 and up maidens are going to go 5 furlong stretch. Another wide open affair.
It is. So we've got a bunch of 4-year-olds and 1 3-year-old. Adam's got my picks up there selected. I'm forfeiting my top selection. 7 is going to be my second selection because I'm not putting a second-itis horse on top. So my second choice will be the 7.
Okay.
Yeah, second choice.
All right.
For me, the figures are there. So many good races at Woodbine and sure. And the problem is with all those seconds, but I think the figures just might be enough compared to all the local horses, and go from there. Sorry, Adam, I got you. They're both the top. I just don't have a top selection. So I've even confused Adam.
So you might as well go dash 473 or
Yes.
743.
Anyway, so I basically not betting win, using the horse in the sequence bets for sure. And then let's go to the 4s, the next choice. Same kind of things. Each time I want to bet him, there's enough showing on the race, shows something, and has a 5 furlong works. Looks like a winner. But yes, I'm taking him second as well. And then let's go to the 3 as my third selection is the 3-year-old. That's why I couldn't really put the horse on top. The others have the figures. It's just they don't like to win. So it's kind of hard to go with. The steady works with that 5 furlong work. I really like that last work that Shelley Brown got this horse out there for.
And out of the gate.
And out of the gate, which is even bigger than that. So maybe he's the horse to beat, or he'll be the horse that beats our second-itis horses. So it's nothing, and 7 and 4 and 3.
All right. Let's talk about these first-time starters. Number 1, Going Success, has a full sibling. That's Private Frank. You can see that horse in race number 1. Still a maiden. Also has some half siblings. Spanky's Bourbon, a sprinter, 9 wins, 81K. Yes, it's me. Johnny G had 6 wins, 48K. Also a sprinter. And Spite of Success, also a sprinter, won 3 and 28K. So all of them so far have been winners, except for Private Frank, the 3-horse Lollipop Kid. The dad won the Preakness Cloud Computing. The mom only had 1 win, 8,500 in earnings, but did possess a lot of speed. 2 half siblings. One of them won 2 at a route, made 24K. The other one won 1 at a route. And the 5-horse Silicon Valley. Look at that workout. 34 flat in Phoenix. The dad won 7 of 13, was a cutthroat sprinter, 831,000 in earnings, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The mom, 1 win, 28K. Again, just a sprinter. So Silicon Valley, no siblings to show. But myself, I did go to Fordable, the 7. Tropic Caribou won yesterday for Tom Gardepy, coming by way of Woodbine. I think this one fits kind of the same and has been working well. I do like number 3, Lollipop Kid, the first-time starter. That work just stands out. Even the first work, 37, as your first work breezing. So it's bookended good works. And my 4th choice, number 4, my 3rd choice, Jafafa. This horse is knocking on the door each and every time. Will offer speed to the race. Today's the day at 7, 3, and 4. Good luck with all your selections this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the Wanless Geopoint Solutions Incorporated purse. There's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the Intact Insurance purse. Scratch number 1, Be Naughty With Me. That's race number 2, scratch the 1, Be Naughty With Me. Also just some overweights, again, on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the SMS Equipment purse. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover just under $40,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, the MD Steel Construction Limited purse. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. The owner should read Shelley Brown. Once again, race number 4, number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. The owner, Shelley Brown. Now turning your programs to race number 5, the Toromont Hat purse. Number 3, Silver Maker. The ownership, MGD Racing. That's race number 5, number 3, Silver Maker. The ownership, MGD Racing. Now turning your programs to race number 6. It's our feature race on the card, the one and only overnight stake for 3-year-old fillies. Just some overweights that are on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, the Scio Silica Corporation. Number 1, Going Success. make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 6, Sunspot. Number 7, Formidable, make the jockey Ronald Alley. Once again, in race number 7, number 1, Going Success, the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 6, Sunspot. And number 7, Formidable, make the jockey Ronald Alley. Well, it's turned out to be an absolute gorgeous evening for racing. Currently under partly cloudy skies, the temperature 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 18 minutes. And welcome everybody to Assiniboia Downs. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or on posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. And ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that due to technical difficulties, our tote board is not working at this time and will not be available throughout the evening. Please refer to the television monitors for current and accurate odds information. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off this Tuesday night card of racing with an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Let's take a look at number 1, GB's Turbo. Well, GB's Turbo is the only one in this race that has had the winter racing under the belt. Was down in Texas at Sam Houston, and most recently Lone Star. The horse 2 outs ago had a great race, I thought, was sitting close to the pace under early fractions, and then ended up faltering as it was beaten by double digits in the end, and then came back in a turf race. I'm going to throw that one right out. That was for maiden allowance. That 7,500 was an easier start, but the big thing is the horse has a big fitness edge on a lot of these. Going the 5 furlongs today. Siobhan Bell, Jerry Gorno, they're going to team up. And currently, 8-1, you're getting a bit of a bargain on the board. Number 2 is Kentucky Jake. Only started once last year, and that was in the Buffalo Stake, going a mile. Not an easy place to make your 2-year-old debut. Ran against a couple tough ones in Prairie Drifter, Mechanic Susie, and Russian Pearl. Was beaten double digits in the end, but the horse has been working steadily for the 2023 debut. Nice 3/8 half mile, and most recently 104 out of the starting gate. I expect this horse to show a lot more today than it did in the Buffalo, and is definitely tackling a way easier field. Number 3 is Sugar Daddy Jack. Sugar Daddy Jack debuted with a real troubled trip, broke slow and veered in, bucked, did everything wrong. But in the next start, the horse got away well, made a really nice middle move before tiring and getting beat by 7 lengths in the end. The eventual winner of that race, Silver Creek Lady, she was very well bet in that race, and she easily got the job done. Sugar Daddy Jack has been working really well in the last 2 starts. Couple really nice half miles, 49-1 and 49. Shelley Brown off to a great start this year and taking money on the board currently at 8-5. Number 4 is Private Frank. Private Frank's lone race was in the sales stake, restricted to Manitoba breds, and Private Frank ran last in the field of 4, but that was no disgrace in there, as I Love My Life and Russian Pearl, those 2 just ran away on the field. Double Barrel Delight ran last night, was the 1-2 favorite, ended up running second to a nice debut maiden winner. So Private Frank was in tough, and what I like about this horse is it showed really good speed early for a half a mile and then started tiring. That was a 6 furlong debut race. Today gets to go 5 furlongs, comes in with some good works. I really like that flashy April 20th work, 36-4, and most recently 103. You don't see breezing out of the gate that often, but this horse did get it. I expect speed out of Private Frank, and I think this is a horse that's going to try and steal it. Number 5 is Valid Defense. Valid Defense, first time out, ran against a very tough Prairie Drifter and made a belated rally from the back of the pack to be beaten by 9.5 lengths. Then went in the Buffalo Stakes, and that was about 3 weeks later, and sat mid-pack and then tried to make up ground, but it was to no avail. But Prairie Drifter did win by almost 8 lengths, so it was only 5 3/4 lengths out of second money. The only thing is the horse did not show any early speed. Wendy Anderson is off to a real hot start over the first 3 days of racing, so maybe Valid Defense with a little bit of maturing, this horse can make its presence felt, and currently taking some money at 5-1. Number 6 is Timber's Legacy, the lone first-time starter in the field. Was out a Going Commando, multiple leading sire here in Manitoba. The mom, Yelling Timber. She only started twice in her life, First time out for maiden allowance, she won easy, straight into a stakes race the very next time, the debutante. And what did she do? She won again. So she was 2 for 2, 27,000 in earnings, and we never seen her again after, but she went to the breeding shed. She does have, Timber's Legacy has a full sibling, that being locked in. That horse currently still a maiden. So after going through the field, I'm leaning towards the 4-horse Private Frank. Stretch, who's your top one?
Well, thank you for letting me jump in here.
Well, you know, I like to let you talk every now and then.
I appreciate that. I landed on the 3 mainly because of that middle move was in my notes last time, last start. So hoping the horse improves. I like your 4 as well, but I like your 4 more than mine with a 2 to 1. But
yeah, you thought you would have got a little bit more odds. Was a 4 to 1 morning line. And right now, it looks like the morning line bargain is number 6, Timber's Legacy, who's 7 to 2 off a 2 to 1 morning line.
yeah, for sure. It's a wide open race for sure.
Definitely is. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, let's start us off. What do you got?
Okay, just a small exacta box because it's unsure. A lot of good information there that you gave, Kirt. $3 exacta box, 346.
And myself, I like betting speed horses, so that's what I think the 4 is, the speed. So I'm going to start off 30 to win on the 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horse are on the track for race number 1. The Wanless Geopoint Solutions Incorporated purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is GB's Turbo, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Kentucky Jake, owned by the estate of Al Daly, trained by Fred Rawson, with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned by Larry Falloon and Champion, trained by Shelley Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Private Frank, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Valid Defense, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the opener is number 6, Timber's Legacy, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. The Wanless Geopoint Solutions Incorporated purse. Here in race number 1, they'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Boys going 5 furlongs, maidens that have not won a race before. Look at the betting board. 3 horses at 3 to 1. If you can pick a winner, you're going to get paid nicely. It's not easy. I'm going to start with the 3. Had some notes from this horse last year. The works coming in look good. If it can improve a little bit, might be the horse to beat. The other one to consider is that Private Frank, the 4. That's Kirt's horse. Shows some speed. The first-time starter. We don't know how good this one might be, so it's always a mystery. That's the 6 at 3 to 1. Wide open race, 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, Stretch, I did go after number 4, Private Frank. I like the way this horse showed speed. Was there for a half a mile in the sales stake against a very nice I Love My Life and Russian Pearl. This is much easier than that race, and if it could show the same kind of speed, has a shot to take it all the way. I also like number 6, Timber's Legacy, a good first-time starter out of a leading sire here, going commando, out of a very speedy mom, Yelling Timber. If she does have the speed of her mom, she could be really tough. And number 1, GB's Turbo. This is a horse that already has 3 starts, so it's the fittest of the bunch. I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 1. Good luck here in race 1.
Post time.
GB's Turbo, the first to enter the starting gate. Kentucky Jake will be the next to move in. Sugar Daddy Jack, the current 9-5 favorite, walks up and in. Next will be Private Frank. Private Frank will load without jockey Ronald Alley. Once Private Frank is in the starting gate, he will climb back aboard. Private Frank is in, 2 left to load. Valid Defense. Now just waiting on Timber's Legacy to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking sharply from the middle, Private Frank flashes some early speed. Kentucky Jake puts on the pressure to the inside. On the rail, GB's Turbo. Only a length off the early lead, a gap of 2 more back. Sugar Daddy Jack and Timber's Legacy running as a pair in Valid Defense, the early trailer, but only 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, 22-4, and it's Private Frank looking comfortable with that lead by a length. To the inside, GB's Turbo. Kentucky Jake has more to offer. On the far outside, Valid Defense. They hit the head of the lane. And Private Frank and Ronald Alley now opens up on this field. Is widening now by about 8 with a 16th of a mile to go. Private Frank all by himself is going to take it. The battle on for second. Very close between GB's Turbo and Kentucky Jake. Stewards have posted number 4, Private Frank, as the unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, a quick 58-3. Results of the photo show number 1, GB's Turbo. Finishing second. Third goes to number 2, Kentucky Jake. And fourth, to number 5, Valid Defense. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of the Wanless Geopoint Solutions Incorporated purse. That's number 4, Private Frank. Private Frank is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare In Spite of Success by Spice Town. Owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-3. Number 4, Private Frank, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owners, Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews. And apart for this maiden-breaking win, Private Frank did get a blanket presentation from the CTHS. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. The Intact Insurance Purse. Scratch number 1, Be Naughty With Me. That's in this the second race. Scratch number 1, Be Naughty With Me. Kicking off another pick 3 for the Intact Insurance Purse here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage. The weekly draw takes place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program.
Takes me far from the city to serenity where everything shines and is pretty. All I think about is us soaking in the sun, not one little buzz before I met you. Turn to us, just easy to love, easy to trust. Sometimes I worry you'll turn to dust, but then you look my way and the voices hush. Takes me far from the city to serenity where everything shines and is pretty. All I think about is us soaking in the sun, not one little buzz before I met you. Turn to us, just easy to love, easy to trust.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch number 1, Be Naughty With Me. Let's take a look back at race number 1. Stretch, Private Frank. That was never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Yeah, good pick, recognizing who the horse was chasing last time in the one start, and so that was key. And also the time, 58 and 3.
Wow.
So, before I always like to wait. Now that is a fast time, but
That is blazing fast.
So we're gonna have to see if the track, how the track is playing, is comparable to the rest of the card to see if it is blazing fast or it's just the type of track. So kind of the variance has been a couple lengths slow in the first few days. So that would be fast. So let's see how it goes.
All right, on to race number 2. Stretch, who do you like in here?
Okay, I'm going to start on the 4 as a top selection here. There he is. It's got the blinkers and everything. Looks good there. Coming from Golden Gate. Mentioned that lost on a Golden Gate horse yesterday, but they've been running so well. I like the workouts coming in. Should get the stalking trip. There is some speed. The 2 is the horse that you're going to have to catch, but I just think that she'll be close enough that she can take over. If the track if the track plays fair like it has the first 3 race days, we'll wait and see. No, not going any direction after one race, that's for sure. But 2 to 1 is about the price I hope for. See what we get.
Yeah, definitely the 2 Tecate Gold looks like the speed of the race. Throw in Mechanic Susie, the 3, and maybe even the 7, Ask the King. They're the predominant speed of the race. And Adams Creed, what I like is that the horse rallies from off the pace. Even though they claimed it on the drop from 12.5 to 62.50, they bumped it back up, and the horse ran huge again, running that second. And 2 real nice workouts coming in. Half mile, 48 and 2, 48 and 4. I'm in agreement that this horse won't be far away, even if they do go real fast on the front end. And I agree, this is a horse to beat. Tecate Gold, watch out for this one. We've seen the speed carry kind of in the first race. I think the horse was much the best, but still the time of the race, I think speed might play a little bit better. Tecate Gold, 44 and 1 for a half mile. For a 45 non-2 lifer at Turf Paradise, 21 and 2 the opening quarter. There's no doubt that this horse is fast. 8 to 1 on the board stretch. If this horse maybe gets out by 4, can they maybe hang on?
Absolutely. The value is absolutely there, and that's what you're watching for. Would I take this horse at 2 to 1? No, but 8 to 1 is worth a shot for sure. You're right. Solid speed chasing. If gets loose, could keep going. We'll have to see how. I'm going to take the 5 as my third selection. I don't think this one can win. I think it's kind of just set up for a mile race once they show up for a non-2 lifer. But the 6 won't be that far off. Does show speed going a mile. Certainly not the speed of the 2, but has the winter racing and could just run around the track and chase the whole way.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 7, Ask the King. Ask the King 2 outs ago did go wire to wire. A lot slower fractions than the 2 Tecate Gold, but I like the comeback race in the non-2 much better. Was third beaten 4.5, but the winner, Betty's Bar, did come back to win her very next outing. Was only 2 lengths out of second and was easily third ahead of the 4th place finisher. This horse has a good running style, will have good positioning on the racetrack. So I think Ask the King, 11 to 1, you're getting some big odds.
For sure. And let's go to the early money, 4 to 5. And I always make note of these, especially there's some money in the pool, so you got to pay attention. Layoff horse on the 3 horse. Won the first start at maiden special weight. Looked good doing it. And then went into the 2-turn Manitoba breds and ran a nice second. So lightly raced. Every chance to improve. Yesterday in the last race, there was early money on the 10, and the 10 ended up winning that race. So you got to pay attention to the betting patterns for sure. I think 6 to 5 is too low. Pay attention to that. You might want to jump on if it gets higher odds, but I think 6 to 5 is an underlay.
Yeah, Elton Dickey had a firster yesterday, Cussin' Cat, win rather easily, and you get the services of the top jock right now, who's absolutely hot, Antonio Whitehall. So maybe that's why this horse is taking a little extra money. Not to be left out, number 6, Sunday Suzanne. This horse came from Gulfstream last year, made her presence felt early as she got beat as the favorite first time out, only by half a length. Came back, ran a very game second again to the stablemate Miami Souvenirs. Twice lost to the stablemate in the first 2 races. This horse is usually forward in the race, settled down a little bit later on into the non-2s. The horse didn't have the kind of speed that some of the others did. I think she's going to try and rally off the pace here, and we're going to see getting big odds right now at 18 to 1. I don't think she can win it, but I think she can be maybe in your try here.
Yeah, for sure. That can help it make it pay.
All right, on to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I was thinking that the 4 is not going to pay that much to win, so I'm going to go in a different direction, play a pick 3. So it's 4 with 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 with 1, 3, 7. For $1 is 15. I'm confident. Kirt, let's make it 2, spend 30. Same bet, 4 with 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 with 1, 3, 7.
All right, and myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking the 4 on top with the 2 for second with the 3, 5, 7. I'm taking a $3 wheel, so that's $9, $1, and it only costs you $3. And then I'm putting the wedge. I'm putting the 4 on top, the 3, 5, 7 in the middle, round it out with the 2. Both those wagers, $3 tickets, $18 Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. On the track for race number 2, the Intact Insurance Purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1, Be Naughty With Me, was scratched. Number 2 is Tecate Gold, owned by Final Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Mechanic Susie, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Adams Creed, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Lady Creative, owned by Scott Horse, trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Sunday Suzanne, owned by Kurt Bellick, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 7, Ask the King, owned by Bill and Reed Mooney, trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. The Intact Insurance Purse, here in race number 2, they go to post in 5 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The girls this time going 5 furlongs in an allowance field, meaning these horses cannot be claimed. Some better talented fillies and mares in here. Let's go to the 4. Yes, it is the favorite. She deserves to be the favorite. Very competitive at Golden Gate. That's down south. We've seen success from those type of horses. Won't be on the lead. We'll have to run down some of the speed. The speed at 6-1 is the 2 horse. It's going to be Catcher if you can. She's got blazing speed early. Can she get the distance? That's the question. And a late closer at 12-1 is the 5. So I'll give you 4-2-5. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you here. Going with the Golden Gate horse, number 4, Adams Creed. Golden Gate horses do very well here at Assiniboia Downs. And yesterday, one did get beat, but that was a horse that was on the cheaper side. This isn't on the cheaper side. Ran for 12.5. And I think he'll stalk the 2 horse, like Stretch said. And I'm throwing in the 7. Ask the King. You're getting 8-1 right now on another good Phoenix horse. Good luck here in race 2.
Post time.
Takati Gold, the first one to load. Next up, Mechanic Susie. Adams Creed, the current 4-5 favorite, moves in. Lady Creative steps up and in. 2 left to load. Sunday Suzanne. And now just waiting on Ask the King to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Takati Gold. From the far outside, Ask the King. Quickly away out to the early lead, but Takati Gold recovers nicely. And these two are going to battle it out. Mechanic Susie stalking those leaders, a length and a half off it on the rail, another length and a half back to Adams Creed with Lady Creative and Sunday Suzanne, the early trailer. 22-2 the opening quarter, 4 across the track, and on the outside, Adams Creed making a bold move. Mechanic Susie, who gets up the rail, has the advantage now as they make the turn for home. Mechanic Susie, a length and a half up. Adams Creed, still something left in the tank. These two spread away from the field. 16th of a mile to go. Adams Creed on the outside. Mechanic Susie on the inside. Adams Creed, the favorite, will not disappoint. Mechanic Susie, second best. Third's going to go to Takati Gold. Close for fourth. The stewards have posted number 4, Adams Creed, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Mechanic Susie. Third to number 2, Takati Gold. And fourth to number 7, Ask the King. They went the opening quarter 22-2. The half 46-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 2, the Intact Insurance Purse. That's number 4, Adams Creed. Adams Creed is a chestnut filly, 4 years old, by Jimmy Creed, out of the mare categorized by Menifee. Owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Race 2 is official. In the upcoming third race, the SMS Equipment Purse kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the carryover just under $40,000. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of your changes in this evening's pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4. Number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. The owner should read Shelley Brown. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 3, Silver Maker. The owner should read MGD Stable. Or, pardon me, MGD Racing. There are no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Going Success. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 6, Sunspot. And number 7, Frittable. Make the jockey Ronald Alley. The SMS Equipment Purse kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They're gonna go to post in 17 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Well, it's also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot. When there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We have a $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Quick look back at race number 2. Wild Stretch, the favorite, got up, but Mechanic Susie ran a big race.
She did run a big race, and that early money was right, saying that the horse was live. And the 4 did go outside, and the 3 was on the rail. Good ride, of course, by Antonio. He's riding as hot. But there's an example where you can't complain that you lost, because I think the 4 had the wider trip and the winter racing. So you just accept that in that situation. Also mention on the good for you on Kirt, you've hit the first 2 races on your bets in 2 different styles. First one was a win bet, got a better price. Next one was a try wheel.
Because we expected the short price.
Yeah, and then I my decision was to go with the pick 3. I guess the whole point to it is there's many ways you can play it, even if a favorite wins. So just something to consider. Don't always want to bet the same way. And now we have our jackpot pick 5, which is growing already over almost 15,000.
Yeah, 15,000 extra over the dead money.
Yes, correct. So I've got it today. You
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start it off with 6 furlongs. We're finally having a 6 furlong race, but it is day 4.
It is day 4, yes. Make note. So if you're looking for the 5 furlong there, if you're new at the track, look at the far end, far right corner. You'll have to find them. I'm going to, well, if this one wins, I might not.
A 1 to 2 shot. Well, I didn't think it was that easy.
No, big early money. I don't think it should be that price. Anybody that likes the grays, maybe they think this is going faster.
Oh, there's a lot of them out there.
There is a lot of them out there. Miler, cutting back to 6 furlongs. I'm okay with this. This horse sits relatively close enough, and the figures, that race 2 back on February 1st, solid figures. If you're into buyers, a 69 buyer for this level is above par, in fact. My figures have this horse above par as well by about 5 lengths. A repeat of that one will be tough to beat and make sense of that price. Just a matter of, does it take to the track? Well, I think possibly does, because that workout is a nice workout of 101 and 3 going 5. Bullet next to means it's the fastest of the day.
Yeah, and Steve Kepplin Jr., leading percentage trainer in 2022, and yet to get the win, but 3 for 4 in the money. I took a shot because there's a lot of horses that are route horses in here, and there's only a couple that have done well sprinting. I'm taking a shot on number 6, Luckenbacher, currently 9 to 1 on the board. This horse was running at Fairgrounds, a route of ground, and then went over to Fawner. In the first start, the horse sat back out of the 9 hole. Out of the 9 hole, you got to have blazing speed if you're going to make the front at Fawner Park. This horse sat back, made a big charge, got beat by a length and a half, came right back and had a stalking trip and got up to win by a head after breaking in the air. Yes, it was a compact field of 4, but I just like that the horse comes out of a sprint race, and I think that is an advantage.
Oh, for sure. Like you said, he's closer, but that 9, that's a good angle. I'm paying attention to. Certain post 9s are very different.
Certain tracks, it's hard to make the front end.
Exactly. And we both got a horse for second that's possibly the controlling speed at 19 to 1. That 17 to 1, they must think that because Kirt's on a roll, they're jumping on that. So anyway, 17 to 1 is almost the longest shot. I'll take that all day long on the horse that's going to be on the front end. And so you've got to watch out. Is on the layoff. We haven't seen the ASD horses off a layoff. The speed horses get to the wire. This horse runs very, very game, can get the lead. We saw last year, just lost after a brief layoff.
3.5 months.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good for a layoff without a start in the middle.
Yeah, and then I do like the 5 furlong breezing work. So that's what I like when speed horses, trying to get something underneath them. So that's my second pick.
Another horse to look at, number 4, My Boy Lollipop. Looks like an absolute router. But if you look at the bottom of the form at Fawner and Canterbury, this horse was running 6 and 6.5 furlongs in starter optional claimers. Has won 3 times at the distance out of 11 tries with 2 seconds and 2/3 and getting 7 to 1 on the board. This is a fit horse coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right there, 7 to 1. The rail horse is the one. We saw the rail's been okay so far. Rail Splitter is a miler, cutting back off a layoff, but it kind of sits right there. The figures are there. We'll see if it needs one, but also has some workouts coming in. The price is right at 9-2.
Captive Kitten on the far outside. This horse did win 35 wide open. That was going 7.5 furlongs. I think this horse is a little better going around 2 turns and doesn't really have a lot of early speed. I think it's going to be tough for this one to get it done.
Okay.
And what about the 3 Teller?
The Teller, well, that horse has been racing over here. It has the turf on the turf, cuts back. The figures are okay, especially the one back going a mile, taken off the turf. Did close, needs the speed to back up, I think. 15-1, another price horse for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3, Stretch. Pick 5 time, and it could go today. Probably going to be me, though.
Okay, so let's go with one ticket today. It's going to be 1-2-4-5 with 1-3-7, with 1-6-7, with 1-5-6, with 3-7.
And myself, I'm going to take 2, 3, 5, and 6 in here. Then I'm going to have the 1-7, then the 1-8, then the 1-5-6, and rounding it out with 3, 4, 5, and 7. That's going to cost $38.40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the SMS Equipment Purse. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Rail Splitter, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Club Champ, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. The 3 is Teller, owned by Bill Mooney and Arnold Big Sky, trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is My Boy Lollipop, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Exchequer, owned by James Kaplan, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Luckenbacher, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 7, Captive Kitten, owned and trained by Victoria Morse with Demario Bino. The SMS Equipment Purse here in race number 3. They go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
go. We got the boys going 6 furlongs, so that opens it up for some of the closers if they're not too far away. I've landed on the favorite, open with big early money on the 5, starting to climb up. I do like the races coming from Tampa, like the work coming in. Let's try to find some others because I think there could be a long shot in here. Let's go to the 2, Controlling Speed, Club Champ, 10 to 1. I think that's the right price. We'll be on the front end, see how far the horse can go. The Rail horse at 4 to 1. Rail Splitter has off a layoff, but might just get the right trip. So I'll give you 5, 2, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I see the 5. I like him in here, but the 4 to 5 is just a little short for me on a predominantly a route horse. I took a shot on number 6, Luckenbacher. Came off of 2 sprint races at Fauner Park, and both of them are great ones, rallying from off the pace, breaking in the air last time, and getting up to win by a narrow head. That 8 to 1 I really like, and I do like the 2-horse Club Champ. This horse could be the speed of the race, and if that is the case, speed could be doing well on this racetrack. So those are my 3, 6, 2, and 5. Good luck here in race 3. Rail Splitter, the first one in. Club Champ is in. Next up, Teller. My Boy Lollipop from the middle walks right in. The 4 to 5 favorite, that's Exchequer, is now in. 2 left to load. Luckenbacher. Now just waiting on Captive Kitten to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, that's My Boy Lollipop. Hard ridden. Trying to get the early lead. Now Club Champ will go up with Rail Splitter on the inside. Settled back in third. My Boy Lollipop. Back in fourth, the favorite Exchequer. Only a length and a half off of it. Then it's another length back to Luckenbacher with Captive Kitten. And now your trailer is going to be Teller. 23-1 the opening quarter, and it's 4 across the track on the inside. Rail Splitter. 2 wide, Club Champ. 3 wide, My Boy Lollipop. Exchequer pokes a nose in front. 4 wide. Trying to rally into him. That's Luckenbacher, Captive Kitten, and Teller still the trailer. They hit the head of the lane, and Exchequer now pulls away by a length. Rail Splitter trying to find more, and My Boy Lollipop. They're going to battle for second, but the favorite, Exchequer, is going to draw off to win by 4. My Boy Lollipop in second. Third's going to go to Rail Splitter, and fourth to Luckenbacher. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Exchequer, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 4, My Boy Lollipop. Third to number 1, Rail Splitter. And fourth to number 6, Luckenbacher. They win the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46-1. 5/8, 58-3. Time for the 6 furlongs. 11-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the SMS Equipment Purse. That's number 5, Exchequer. Exchequer is a gray Aron gelding, 7 years old by exchange rate, out of the mare Fools in Love by Not for Love. Owned by James Kaplan, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr., and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:11-1. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. The MD Steel Construction Limited purse kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. The owner should read Shelley Brown. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 3, Silver Maker. The owner should read MGD Racing. There are no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Going Success. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 6, Sunspot. Number 7, Formidable. Make the jockey Ronald Alley. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering here in the MD Steel Construction Limited purse. Here in race number 4, they go to post in 17 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Manitoba Night Market and Festival. The first of 3 takes place Sunday, June 11th, featuring food trucks, artisans, vendors, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And ladies and gentlemen, please be advised once again that due to technical difficulties, our tote board is not working at this time and will not be available throughout the evening. Please refer to the television monitors for current and accurate odds information. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,500 was number 4, My Boy Lollipop, claimed by S&S Racing, trainer Maria Stanford. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Well stretched, the numbers didn't lie. Exchequer ran to those numbers and got the money.
Yes, absolutely. A good example when the jockey knows that he's got so much horse, not going to fool around and try to save ground, take the horse wide. And I won't say that he ran a mile, but it'd be interesting when you get the numbers back of how much extra he actually
4
ran.
wide all the way around,
Yeah.
and still didn't matter because in that turn you lose about 3 lengths when you're 3 wide.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he ran definitely a little more than the 6 and a quarter furlongs.
For sure. But I just like the ride, and you never look, it looked like you, as you're calling the races, you're probably thinking, oh, this horse is the winner. And,
Definitely at the quarter pole, it looked like that to me. Okay, on to race number 4. Who do you like in here, Stretch?
Okay, we've got 3 and 4-year-old boys and girls in here. I think it's a wide open field. I gave you the picks, as you can see, the 1, 3, and 7. I'm going to start on the 1 just because the horse is coming from Woodbine. Does show some speed, is dropping. It's just a matter of can the horse keep going the distance. So that's going to be the question mark. We've seen the rail being okay. We've seen horses come up the rail that have been running 2nd and 3rd. So probably want to consider that one. Doesn't finish as well as what I would have liked, but was running tougher. And we've seen, as Kirt's already cashed on a couple nice tickets and kind of older dropping down. The first race, the horse showed speed against better and was still in special weight, but was dropping in competition. So that's the angle here. I think 5 to 1 is the right price in a wide open race.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I went to number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. This horse is coming from Parks and has some good races under the belt. Even if you go back to late June of last year, this horse had a really good 3rd in a stalking role since then. Has been going to the front. Its last race was on January the 2nd, and the horse couldn't make the front end in there, but it was an off racetrack that day, and the top 3 horses just ran away with the race. They were almost 13 lengths ahead, so it was only 5 lengths out of 4th in that race. I think this one will bring some tactical speed to the race, so definitely has a shot. And 5 to 2, I think that's a fair bit of odds there.
I agree. I think that's bet right. Let's go to the 3 as my other selection. Showing speed of both races is the 4-year-old, is a filly running against the boys. Ran 2 very nice races. Was right there, got beat late. My little bit of concern is it's back-to-back seconds with a nice lead of over 2 lengths at the top of the stretch, and kind of got tired late, and these horses have not really made it to the wire, the locals. So I'm using the horse protectively. 8 to 5 is not the value that I'd like, but that's one of my lukewarm selections in here.
Yeah, there is other speed, I think, to at least chase. At least Pruitt is off to an amazing start in 2023. Another horse I like has a long shot, and it is taking some money right now at 8 to 1. That's Mosey's on Maine. This horse, first start of the year, was in tough, didn't show much, dropped to the 5,000 level, got out of the gate, pressed, and stayed there. But it was the race after that, going 5.5. This thing came like a freight train after breaking slow, galloped out past everybody by a mile, but never came back to it in the very next start as the horse got beaten double digits. But 2 nice works coming in, 102 and 2, the recent one. And on May 10th, 49 and 3 breezing. I think if all the speed goes out, this could be the closer.
Yeah, it's a sneaky long shot. I think the price will go a little bit higher. Good call on that. Everybody sees the same thing, and then they bet it, and they kind of over-bet them a little bit. One horse that's run here is the 8 horse coming from Fawner. Cuts back, showed speed at a mile, now cuts back. I do like horses like this, showing some speed or closing at 6 furlongs, then goes to a mile, stretches out, and gets tired. I think this horse is spotted well. 12 to 1 is a very sneaky, more than fair value. Needs a trip, don't want to get hung out there, but has the racing experience for sure.
And coming out of a top trainer who just won the last race. Let's talk about number 2, Classman. This had an unstarted mom. The dad, 3 wins, $261K. Has a half sibling that won 2 and made $20,000 and was a predominant sprinter. The 4, Chatty Frank. This horse has 4 half siblings, 2 of them maiden, 1 of them 4 wins, $100,000 in earnings, winning from 5.5 to a mile. Another one that's a 2-time winner of $47,000. And at a route, the dad was mostly route, 4 wins, $500K. The mom, 1 win, $20K. She brought speed, but which Chatty Frank is going to show up and not taking much money on the board right now?
That's such a good question, but
Yeah.
at least the horse, yeah, it's cold on the board, so you got to be hesitant there, and going from there. We haven't talked about the 5 yet.
Yeah, Love Ours. This
Yeah.
horse comes off a good second place finish, ran against the boys in there, and was competitive, has tactical speed, and that could be good enough when the leaders are tiring. Those tactical speed horses, they keep running, and they just go by the tiring leaders, and if the closers can't get there, that's the kind of way I think Love Ours can win this race.
Agree with you, and this is one of those ones we talked about, not this horse specifically, kind of missed something, and I think this 5, I should probably have this on my selections, or at least in the pick 4, but I'm not going to do that to Beth just yet. But
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4, Stretch. Pick 4 time, $50,000 guarantee. What do you have?
Okay, so I've got a ticket up there. Not happy about the ticket right now, but the ticket I've got posted is 137 with 167 with 14567 with 37. I might add the 5 in here and maybe drop the 4 in the 6th race, but we'll leave it at that. Not going to do that to Beth.
Yeah, I'm going to change my style a little and key a horse earlier on. And I like number 7, Jerry's Magic Map, so I'm going to key that one. I'm going to take 1, 4, 6, 7, 8. Then in race 6, the 1, 5, 6. End it off with the 3, 4, and 7. That'll cost $45. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4, the MD Steel Construction Limited Purse. They're going 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Frank's Reload, owned by Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Classman, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Always the Little One, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Chatty Frank, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 5 is Love Ours, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Mosey's on Main, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Jerry's Magic Map, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, First Rate Romance, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Timmy Tarasenko. The MD Steel Construction Limited Purse here in race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. 5 furlongs to kick off the pick 4 maiden 5,000s, horses that have not won a race. We've got boys and girls in here. I'm going to start with the rail horse on the horses coming from Woodbine. Has shown some speed, drops in class, maybe can get loose and kind of keep going. Is a wide open race. Others to consider: the 3, 8 to 5, showing speed. I'm going to give you a longer shot that it's kind of twigged on as the 5, Love Ours. Should get a nice stalking trip, getting great value at 6 to 1. Maybe include that one. So I've got 1, 3, 7, but don't leave the 5 out. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 7, Jerry's Magic Map. We had a horse come from Parks the other day, and it ran really well. And this horse does have the credentials of running a big race. Yes, hasn't started since early January, but has been working well for the debut. Get a hot jockey in Antonio Whitehall. I do like number 1, Frank's Reload, a dropper coming from Woodbine. And my long shot, number 6, Mosey's on Main. A couple good workouts. If all the speed falls apart, watch for Mosey's on Main to gun him down. I got 7, 1, and 6. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Frank's Reload leads the field of maidens into the starting gate. Classman will load without jockey Praven Badri. Once Classman is in the starting gate, Praven Badri will hop back aboard. Always the little one, also loaded without jockey Jorge Carreño. He's climbing back on. Chatty Frank is in. Love Ours, the next to go in. Jerry's Magic Map steps up and in. 2 left to load. Mosey's on main. And just waiting on First Rate Romance to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Classman. To the inside, Frank's Reload. Shows good early. Speed was always the little one. To his outside, Love Ours. Stalking them in third. To the inside, Mosey's on main. Up close early in fourth. Back in fifth, Jerry's Magic Map. A gap of 4 more back. That's First Rate Romance. And then 6 more to Classman. And your early trailer is going to be Chatty Frank. 22-4 the opening quarter. And it's Frank's Reload. Battling it out with always the little one. The rail is open. 4, Mosey's on main. And on the far outside, Love Ours. The leader, Frank's Reload. Love Ours on the far outside. They're coming up to the 16th pole. Frank's Reload with the lead and is going to keep it. Frank's Reload gets the win. Love Ours is second best. Looks like third went to First Rate Romance and fourth to always the little one. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, Frank's Reload, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Love Ours. Third to number 8, First Rate Romance. And fourth to number 3, always the little one. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half 46-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the MD Steel Construction Limited purse. That's number 1, Frank's Reload. Frank's Reload is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old by Reload, out of the mare Rush Crush by Exandria. Owned by Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race, the Toromont Cat Purse. Number 3, Silver Maker. The ownership should be MGD Racing. Kicking off a late pick 3 here in race number 5. And just a reminder that if you're new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. All you have to do is scan the QR code on the front of your program. welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well, the Woodbine Dropper went to the front end and hung on for the win, but Love Ours definitely challenged inside the 16th pole.
Yeah, and that's where the horse got hung out a little bit, and that extra length was lost on the outside was basically the difference. And the one ran game, dug in when the 5 came to it, and so should be a good horse for the pick 4. You took a shot. I like that you took a shot.
Yeah, I took a shot key in the first leg.
Oh,
and
well.
Of course, in the pick 5, what do I take, 1 and 7? But
you can't take them all. So
no doubt about it. Well, you can, but you'll go broke real fast.
That's fair.
Okay, on to race number 5. What do you like in here? It looks wide open to me.
It is wide open. I'll go back to the one, another one with Drizzy. This horse ran first out, really good race with the layoff, similar to this one. Basically was on the outside and kept coming and refused to give up. Fits this condition, started at a higher level, and then ended up just kind of stole 2 wins at the end for $3,500. I think the horse belongs. The works are steady. Should get a nice trip. Won't be on the lead because we know who's going to be on the lead, and that's Tis Funny. Kirt?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tis Funny should be out there freewheeling. I also went to Drizzy, just that the 5 furlongs just might be a little bit short, but at this level, I think that's going to make it a little bit easier for Drizzy to try and get it done. I also like number 8, Warbridge, getting value here at 25-1. Started out the year last year at the $5,000 level, battled every step of the way, ended up running second to a horse that was winter raced at Turf Paradise, Simple Man, and ran good races all year long. Yes, did not get a win, but was 5 for 8 in the money. Has the tactical speed to sit right in behind Tom Gardapi, a winner today, and he's starting off the meet in good fashion.
He is, for sure. So let's talk about Tis Funny, the 6, which is now the favorite. Normally, this horse would be about $3. Everybody's kind of hesitant. He's 10 years old. He still has the speed. 5 furlongs is an ideal distance. He will get on the lead, be on the lead. It's just a matter of how far he goes. He's a great horse to cheer for. I just like watching him run. It's just a matter of being 10. Has he lost a step or two? But he's always dangerous because going 5 furlong speed is tough. We've got the right track that speed's carrying a little bit more. So I wouldn't leave him out.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Lucky Luke. This horse is coming by way of Hastings, comes in with a real flashy 5 furlong workout in 101 and 2 most recently. This horse also is forward in the race, has been in a stalking role, got a win. That was back on July the 10th of last year, but has been banging it out on the front end and been a winner at Woodbine at the bottoms. So Lucky Luke, I don't think it'll make the lead with Tis Funny in here, but I think it'll be in a good position. So this horse does have a shot, and it did take some early money, currently sitting at 4-1.
Yes, for sure. For sure. That's a good point there. And I'm going to just talk about my 3rd selection, and that's the 7. Made both of us money. It's 3 of 5 winning at ASD, 4 of 5 in the money. Going to have the right stalking trip. Last time he tried to go to the last race of the year, or he tried to go to the lead, got caught in the duel, and got beat by Drizzy. I don't think you're going to see Dan Zaretto Rebel on the lead. Not with speed in here, but I like when this horse makes an outside move. We've seen horses on the outside make the move and win. I'm getting 8-1, more than fair value.
Another horse to look at, number 5, Pucker. Here's a horse that offers speed to the race, but unfortunately with Tis Funny in here, Pucker needs the front end all alone, is kind of fast, but isn't Tis Funny kind of fast? So it just doesn't bode well for Pucker. I need a race with less speed.
Okay, let's go for the longest shot second longest. I'm going to go to the 3. And the reason I don't mind this long shot is coming from Fauner Park, but is a closer. You can't be, you're going to get caught up in a speed duel. You need to be closing. You can't be too far back. Cross out that last race going a mile, not the horse's distance, but those other races on the starter allowance for $3,500. There's always a couple pretty good ones in here. many of them use your rule, Kirt, within the 5 lengths. So something to consider, at least in the try or the high 5. This is a high 5 race. And if you want to kind of hit a big score, this might be the one in, 4th or 5th.
And the 2 horse, that's the Cat. Also big odds on the board. Last year, 1 win out of 14 starts, 4 second-place finishes. But this horse has made money in the past, but not at the distance, not going the 5 furlongs. Comes off a couple of lackluster efforts in the last 2, but it looks like this horse needs a little bit more ground. 5 furlongs, I think, is just a little bit too short for That's the Cat. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5 stretch. All right, buddy, start us off.
Okay, let's keep this going. Just an easy exactor box, just a $3 one, 1, 6, and 7, $18. If you only want to spend 6, make it $1. 1, 6, and 7.
And myself, I'm going to try and get that 6 horse beat. So I'm doing an exactor box also, but I'm taking 4 horses, 1, 4, 7, and 8. A $2 exactor box, 24, a $1, 12. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6, our featured race on the card, the one and only. The horse on the track for race number 5, the Toromont Cat. Purse, they're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Drizzy, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is That's the Cat, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is Silver Maker, owned by MGD Racing, trained by Jim Donnelly with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Lucky Luke, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Pucker, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6, that's Tis Funny, owned and trained by Alan Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Dan's a Rebel, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 8, Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Craven Badry. The Toromont Cat purse here in race number 5. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 5 furlongs. It's going to be fast early. If you bet the 6, you're going to see that horse on the lead. I'm going to try to beat the 6. I think the value play here is the 1 Drizzy. It's going to be stalking, sitting on the rail, hoping that the 6 gets tired and kind of takes over late. This horse runs well, fresh, and can be right there. Yes, the 6 is maybe the horse to beat. Don't like the price. Another one to consider is the 7, Danza Rebel. He will be on the closing on the outside, trying to get up late. So I will give you 1, 6, and 7. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Drizzy. Was a model of consistency last year. I think he'll stalk Tis Funny, and with that inside draw, I think has a really big shot. I also like a long shot in here. Number 8, Warbridge, ran huge first time out, battling on the front end. I don't think it'll be on the front end today, not with Tis Funny in here, but will be in a stalking role. And to round out my top 3, that is the speedy Tis Funny. So I'm going to give you 1, 8, and 6. Good luck here in race 5. Rizzy, the first one to go in. Next up, that's the Cats. Silver Maker now steps up. And in. Lucky Luke goes right in. It's now Pucker's turn. 'Tis Funny, the current 3-2 favorite. Walks right in. Just 2 left to load. Dan's a Rebel. And just waiting on Warbridge to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. 'Tis Funny shows that good early speed and opens up an early length and a half lead. Dan's a Rebel and Drizzy are in a stalking position, another length back. Lucky Luke, and that's the Cat sitting behind them. Pucker, and a gap of 3 more back is going to be, that's the Cat and Silver Maker. 22-3 the opening quarter. 'Tis Funny now gets company on the front end as Dan's a Rebel has looked him in the eye. Drizzy back to third on the outside. Lucky Luke looking for a seam in between horses, but it's Dan's a Rebel with the lead. Lucky Luke is going to give it one more try inside the 16th pole. Dan's a Rebel is going to hang on by a length. Lucky Luke is second best. Third's going to go to Drizzy. Looks like Silver Maker rounds out your top 4. Stewart's opposed to number 7, Dan's a Rebel. As your race winner, second goes to number 4, Lucky Luke. Third to number 1, Drizzy. And fourth to number 3, Silver Maker. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 46-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Toromont Cat Purse, that's number 7, Danza Rebel. Danza Rebel is a dark bear brown gelding, 7 years old, by Revolutionary, out of a mare, Sister Chelsea, by Chelsea's Cat. Owned by Karen Bjartson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Tom Gardapi Jr. and jockey Ronald Alley, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Tom Gardapi Jr. and jockey Ronald Alley. Race 5 is official. In the upcoming 6th race, the one and only overnight stakes for 3-year-old fillies. Going 5 furlongs, there are no changes. Kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person here at Guest Services or at the VLT Cashier's Cage. The weekly draw takes place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and the Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for a featured race on the card. It's the one and only overnight stakes for 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Well, we bet against Tis Funny in there, and it seemed to work out for us. But Dan's a Rebel, Tom Gardepy, and Ronald Dowley, they're off to a real hot start.
They are off to a hot start. Thank you very much. Yes. The horse ran like we've seen that he ran all last year. Identical, nice outside move. And you got a nice exactor. You took a chance going 4 horses. What I like to do when you're trying to beat the favorite, you don't want to miss that. And very good payout.
Yeah, so, $24 turns into $108.
Yes. Here we go. Let's
all
keep
right,
this
on
going.
to race number 6, 3-year-old fillies. Who do you like in here? Another great race.
It is a good race, absolutely. And the first stake race of the year. And I like the one and only. I bet that horse a few times over the years. So enough about me, Kirt. Let's go right to the one as our top selection. If Julie can start, look at that, she's ahead of us there. Another Golden Gate Invader. We had one win already in the second race. Numbers on this one are slightly better than the allowance field, which would make sense. That was a 4-year-old filly. This is a 3-year-old filly. Ran some nice races, just has the one win, but I thought that it's been competitive at a slightly higher level. I really like that last race of the 50,000 variety. There are always some nice horses in there that are borderline stake horses at Golden Gate. Ran evenly. I wonder if they were almost trying to rate this horse a little bit, because if they can rate this horse like they did 3 back on February 19th, jumps off the page for me. That's my only little concern if it gets caught up in a duel. Wouldn't want that to happen, but my top selection.
Yeah, Wendy Anderson is 3 for 4 with her Golden Gate horses right now. I ended up going to number 6, Spittin' Kitten. Yes, there is some other speed in here, predominantly Lady Cop and Danzig Star Storm. But Spittin' Kitten, this is a horse that was here last year, broke the maiden, easily going wire to wire by 7. And then went in the Osiris, was beaten by Lady Cop after showing a little bit of speed, wound up going to Turf Paradise, ran against straight 3-year-olds, showed good speed before tiring late, then came back against older horses and hung it on him, ended up going wire to wire. The horse that ran second, Whistling Home, ended up whistling home its next race, getting the win. I think Spittin' Kitten just might be able to get out there. I'm not really liking the odds right now at 4-1. I thought it might float up a little bit higher than that, but I'm going to give Spittin' Kitten a shot. But as I say, I think this one is wide open.
Yeah, for sure it is. I maybe somebody will jump up and be a star, but right now I'm with you, just what I'm looking at. I went to the 5 as my second selection. It's all about race shape and what kind of running style. This horse's best filly, when it came off the pace at Fairgrounds, sat back a couple lengths back in the 8-horse field, and as it says in the line, drove past. That's what I'm hoping for again. And if I can get that trip, there we go. Nice steady works that Jared's got going here. He's got a 4 furlong breezing, and then he tries to throw some speed into this horse, which is nice when you're a closer, so you don't get too far back.
Yeah, I watched that replay, and the horse just powered on by, made it look really easy. Look at number 3, Russian Pearl, lost to Lady Cop in back-to-back races. The first time was by 4 lengths, but was sitting dead last and was absolutely flying late, and then made a really good move from second and almost caught Lady Cop in the very next start. Then went on, ran second to I Love My Life, who won 2 in a row, and then took care of him in the maiden allowance race, and then just couldn't get the mile. That was a lot of running for a 2-year-old in a short space of time. A Russian Pearl, Devin Gittins, he's off to a hot start also. Wouldn't surprise me if this horse runs big.
Hey, and I see you're avoiding the horse you're comparing everybody to. And that
well,
would be...
you know what? I didn't pick it in my top 3, so I'm going to give that to you.
Okay, that's fair. It makes... I understand why you're trying to go against this one. But you have to mention her. She's deserving to be the favorite. She won her first 3 starts. Looked good doing it, going gate to wire. Then the last start in the Winnipeg Futurity, your top 2-year-olds of the meet. against the boys, had a bit of trouble.
On the turn, steadied real hard at the quarter pole.
For sure, and still battled till the end. So, I didn't leave her out in the pick 4. You don't have to worry about that.
No, I don't. I was out in the first leg. Thanks for pointing that out, Stretch.
Awkward. Okay.
Not awkward at all. I've cashed my other bets. So
you are cashing
it.
You are doing very well today.
The other horse to look at, number 2, Reasonably Lovely. This horse was a winner last time out. That was 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Doesn't have a lot of races under the belt that are going short. What this horse doesn't have is speed. So I think we know the horse that will be most probably sitting last in the field and then trying to get him does come out of a good barn, though. Steve Keplin Jr. barn. These horses are going to start stretching out and then going a route of ground. And I think this horse will be better when they start doing that and they do the stretch.
Yep, for sure. The long shot.
Like that?
Yeah, that was good. Nice play on words. You're on a roll today on that. Let's talk about the longest shot on the board. That does have a bit of a shot.
Sky Tizzy,
absolutely, as a closer. Similar comparison on the race at Sam Houston on January 6th. Closed from off the pace. That's why I like the 5 on there. Last time out, a little too far back. Ran evenly.
Ran against older boys.
There you go. So it was
a
perfect tightener. Sets it up. It certainly could end up in the 3rd, 4th spot. If you notice that Superfecta, there's a long shot that came in and paid really well. So looking forward to the race.
Definitely am. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
I have a exactor wheel, $4 one, and we've got 1 and 5 with 1, 4, 5, and 6. So I'm hoping for one of those and a couple, your price, your horse, and the cop.
All right, and myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm doing a $5 late daily double, the 1, 6 in here to the 3 and 7 in the last. Good, that's $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 6. It's the one and only overnight stake for 3-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $24,000. Number 1 is Danzig Starstorm, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Reasonably Lovely, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Lady Cop, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Where's the Pumps, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Spittin' Kitten, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Bellroop. Rounding out the field is number 7, Sky Tizzy, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Shove On Bell. Following the running of the one and only Harold Sifton and Jerry McLean will make a presentation to the winning connections. The one and only overnight stakes or 3-year-old fillies. They'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies going in a stake race, going 5 furlongs in a really good race, wide open, I think. Let's go with the one. We'll start with at 7-2. I think you're going to see this filly get a nice trip on the rail. Shouldn't be too far away and try to make a late move. That's where some of them have been coming from. If that happens, watch out, you're going to get paid. The other one that's going to be a little farther back is the 5, sitting just back and make a late close. You won't hear from her until a little bit later. The favorite is the 4, Lady Cop, deservingly. Showed great speed last year. Could do it again this year. So I'll give you 1, 5, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. This should be a real exciting race. My top selection, I went to the 6 Spittin' Kitten. Some good races in Phoenix this year. Ran a good race against older horses. Did go wire to wire in there. I'm expecting the horse to go to the front and try and last every step of the way. I also like number 1, Danzig Star Storm. I think a good stalker in here. And where's the pumps? The late closer, I'll give you 6, 1, and 5. Good luck here in the one and only. Danzig Star Storm leads the 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. Reasonably Lovely walks right in. Russian Pearl will be the next one to go in. Lady Cop, the 8-5 favorite, now 3-2. She's in. Where's the Pump? Takes her position. 2 left to load. Spittin' Kitten. Now just waiting on Sky Tizzy to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the one and only. Breaking a little slow was Reasonably Lovely. Quickly, Spittin' Kitten shows good early speed. Goes right out and captures the early lead. Lady Cop on her tail on the rail to the outside. Where's the Pumps? Settled back 2.5 more lengths. That's going to be Russian Pearl behind her. That's Sky Tizzy, and well back to Reasonably Lovely. 22-2 the opening quarter, and Spittin' Kitten still in control by 2. Where's the Pumps on the outside? Coming up the rail, Lady Cop, but Spittin' Kitten sizzled the opening quarter, and she's cruising along. She is up by 4. Coming to the 16th pole, this is all Spittin' Kitten. A late rally by Reasonably Lovely for second. Third's going to go to Lady Cop, and fourth to Where's the Pumps? The Stewards have posted number 6, Spittin' Kitten, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, Reasonably Lovely. Third to number 4, Lady Cop. And fourth to number 5, Where's the Pumps? They went the opening quarter in 22-2. The half, 46 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the one and only. That's number 6, Spittin' Kitten. Spittin' Kitten is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Air Force Blue, out of the mare Zara by Kitten's Joy. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Sven Balrub. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Harold Sifton and Jerry McLean to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. The Scio Silica Corporation Purse. Number 1, Going Success. Make the jockey Chavi and Chow. Scratch number 6, Sunspot. Number 7, Forgettable. Make the jockey Ronald Alley. Super High 5 wagering. There is a carryover from race number 5 of $2,069 here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance race for 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 1, Going Success, make the jockey Chavi and Chow scratch the 6 Sunspot. And number 7, Frittable, take the jockey Ronald Daly. Quick look back at race number 6. The one and only Spittin' Kitten went to the front end and was not caught, but reasonably lovely. Wow, was that thing smoking down the lane?
Yeah, a couple things. Good selection, and he called it good ride to get the lead and kind of just clear. Didn't think anybody could clear, but then kept going, so that was impressive. And you're right, take notes of the 2 closing late. I also like Lady Cop's race.
She ran really good.
She did run really well. Sure, she didn't win, maybe a little disappointed, but she battled back until the end, hadn't had a start. And whereas the 2 did have a start, and even the 6 had raced a couple times this year and was training down south. So really good, a nice fast time. So we'll have to, I'll get those, what kind of track it is for next week to give you an idea of how fast this track was today.
Well, Stretch, you're live, pick 4, pick 5, a little bit of everything. I got a double alive. All right, let's go. Who do you like?
Okay, let's if you remember, if you saw ASD,
you like no winner.
I had no winner because all these seconditis horses. But so my second selection is actually the 7. Sorry, I've got them a little mixed up. Julie, we're going to find the 7, please. Sorry to Adam and Julie. I'm all over the map today. Yeah, let's start with the 7. Coming from Woodbine. Has the figures, does show speed. There could be other speed in here, but I just think that it's kind of Woodbine speed. We've already seen another Woodbine win today at a lower level. This horse is a little bit higher with better figures. This one kind of keeps going. Why I'm so hesitant on the selection is he's got 12 starts, 5 seconds. That always worries me a little bit. I'm trying to find a horse to beat him, and I really can't. But
well, you do get Gardapi and Ronald Alley, who have teamed up for 2 wins, and Tom won with another one from Woodbine, Drop a Caribou yesterday.
All right, thank you for continuing to build up the confidence.
I'm just adding a little bit
All
to
right,
it.
good stuff, good stuff. Hey,
I also like that as my top selection. I went to number 3, Lollipop Kid, for second. The Dad, Cloud Computing, 2 wins, won the Preakness. 1.1 million, went from 6 to a mile and a 16th. The Mom won only 1 race for 8,500 in earnings, but was a speedball. This horse has a couple really nice works coming in. 37 breezing in April, and then most recently 1-1-4 out of the gate. Has 2 half siblings. One of them won 2 at a route, 24K. The other one won 1 at a route, but I just like that last gate work.
Oh, I agree with you. Is in my top 3 selections and on both of my sequence bets. Let's talk about the 4. I'm hesitant on this, but the figures are right on the cusp. There's a bunch of seconds, raced in on an open allowance non-2 and ran competitive just to get beat late. I'm not sure if this horse is a need the lead. It seems to back up a little bit. It is off a layoff. Maybe if they can rate, I don't know if it's got as much speed as some of the other ones in here. That might be enough. Sit back and take over. We've seen the locals kind of come up a little short on the speed angle. So you use that one carefully in the money.
Number 5, Silicon Valley, the current favorite at 2-1. The Dad, Street Boss, won 7 out of 13 races. 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. This horse was just a sprinter, 831,000 in earnings. The Mom, Avaruski, 1 win, 28K. She was also a sprinter, so sprinters on both sides. And look at that work at Turf Paradise, 34 flat, lot slower when it came to Assiniboia Downs. But after seeing that 34, you got to think this one has a little bit of speed.
Absolutely, and the key to that, as we saw Jared Brown win the first one on the meet, was the horse was training down south. So we know if the workout was there, this horse was down south. Yeah. So that's a big advantage for sure. Let's take an outside closer here, finalize. This horse is kind of just on the fringes. lost to a few of these, the four horse a few times, then went to Century Mile. Kind of the same kind of results, just kind of thirds and fourths. But if there's a battle up front, this is the type that might just inherit or end up in the money a bit. 9-2 is a little low, but certainly could be in the money.
Yeah, and let's look at number 1, Going Success, the last first-time starter. Going Commando, a leading sire here in Manitoba. In spite of success, 4 wins, 50K, was a sprinter, a lot of half siblings. Spanky's Bourbon, 9 wins, a sprinter. Yes, It's Me, Johnny G, 6 wins, a sprinter. Spite of Success, 3 wins. But this one does have a full sibling, and that's Private Frank. You remember that name?
Yes.
Well, that was race number 1's winner by 9 lengths. So Going Success, well, watch out for this one. That one does have some good pedigree and some good family. So let's go to our wagers here in race number 7, Stretch. Let's try and finish it off. What do you have?
Okay. Cancel all my bets. Here we go.
Oh, wait.
No, kidding. Kidding. I'm not going to do that. The $2 tri wheel, 3-7 with 3-4-7 with 3-4-7-8-9. Got that 8 as a long shot. I think a bit of a closer. Didn't get a chance to mention. Watch out. That could be your 3rd or 4th, or using the high 5 as well. I bet a $2 one, $32. If you make it $1, it's only $16.
Yeah, that high 5, an extra $2,000 in the pool. Myself, I'm going $2 tractor wheels. My favorite wheel, 3-7-3-7 with 1-4-5. A $1 one, only $6, and then I'm throwing in the wedge. 3-7 with 1-4-5 with 3-7. Those $2 wheels, $24 altogether. Thank you for joining us this evening, and we'll be back next Monday. Next Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Are on the track for race number 7, the Scio Silica Corporation Purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Going Success, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Attaboy Cookie, owned by Beth Kosh, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Lollipop Kid, owned by Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and Christina Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Jaffafa, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Silicon Valley, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 6, Sunspot, was scratched. Number 7 is Formidable, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardapi, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 8 is Oh Man, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Sven Balrup. Rounding out the field is number 9, Finalize, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. The Scio Silica Corporation Purse here in race number 7. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, finishing off with the maidens. Horses that have not won a race. We've got a 3-year-old, a bunch of 4-year-olds, and one 6-year-old. Let's start with one of the 4-year-olds coming from Woodbine. Woodbine, that's the 7. Has been successful so far, getting a nice price at 4-1. Doesn't like to win, but I think the class level might just put him over the top. Could be on or near the lead and just try to keep going. Others to consider would be the 4, same type of horse. 2-1, little low for a win price. First time starter with a chance that's never raced. That's the 3. Shows some nice works coming in. Could try to beat the older. 4-7-3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I have the same 3 as you in here. Frittable, you get a hot jock trainer combo. They've already won 2, and he's already won with one from Woodbine yesterday, Tom Gardapi, that is, with Ronald Alley. Lollipop Boy, or Lollipop Kid, this horse has that great work coming in 101. Jafafa, always in the mix every single time. So I'm going to give you a 7, 3, and 4. Good luck here in race 7.
It's post time.
Going Success leads the field in for the nightcap. Attaboy Cookie next to go in. Lollipop Kid's turn. Jafafa will be next. Silicon Valley ready to step up and in. Lollipop Kid a little fractious in the starting gate, as is Attaboy Cookie and Going Success. Lollipop Kid fractious once again. He settles. Formidable. Next to go in, the current 2-1 favorite. Now just 2 left to load. Oh man, oh man. And just waiting on finalize to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Going Success. From the outside, Formidable. And finalize. Show good early speed, and now Jafafa will take over as the leader. Settled back in fourth. That's Silicon Valley with Lollipop Kid. Up close in fifth. A gap of about 10 lengths back. That's going to be Oh Man, oh Man. Attaboy Cookie and Going Success after the poor beginning. Jafafa cuts the opening quarter in 22-4 and has the lead by 2. On the outside, finalized. Lollipop Kid has found a seam up the rail, but Jafafa is just pouring it on from here. Jafafa is up by 6 with a 16th of a mile to go. Jafafa takes the nightcap by 7. Very close for second between finalized Lollipop Kid and fourth Attaboy Cookie. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 7. The Stewarts have posted number 4, Jafafa, as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. Stewart's inquiry into the running of race 7. The Stewart's inquiry is into the start of race 7. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, the Scio Silica Corporation Purse. The unofficial winner, number 4, Jaffafa. Jaffafa is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Competitive Edge, out of the mare Alamada Drive by Awesome Again. Owned by Piero Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-3. Results of the photo show number 9 finalized, finished in second. Third goes to number 3, Lollipop Kid, and fourth to number 2, Attaboy Cookie. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the Stewarts are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 4, 9, 3, and 2 will become official. Now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off. All appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.